Episode 16. The Ghosts of the Lovers Past. The stars above the thunder plains still felt like witnesses to Otieno's storm-born proposal as the group broke camp at first light. Achieng walked with a quiet glow in her heart, with her fingers brushing Otieno's more often. The weight of their shared future was a warm anchor amid growing shadows. The Stormheart pendant now carried all four elemental threads: storm, flame, water, and earth, all of them swirling in delicate harmony. Yet the thunder's final warning echoed in their minds. Betrayal listens closer, and Jerry led them westward towards the Vale of Lost Loves, a secluded valley hidden between the Lumara Hills and the Eldora forests. The spirits there are jealous remnants, she said grimly. They feed on unfinished hearts. The Weaver is set to use them to weaken bonds before the final binding. The journey took 2 days, and as they descended into the valley, the air grew thick with the scent of night, blooming jasmine and something sweeter, almost cloying like forgotten perfume. Mist clung to the ground in silvery veils. Ancient stone monuments, weathered and overgrown with heart-shaped vines, marked the vale as a place where lovers had once come to seal vows or mourn their breaking. They made camp near a cluster of glowing moonflowers as twilight deepened. The creepiness began the moment the sun disappeared. Soft sighs carried on the breeze. Then came the apparitions. At first they were distant, translucent figures drifting between the monuments. Lovers locked in eternal embraces of tearful partings. But as the group settled around the fire, the ghosts drew closer, and they took on painfully familiar faces. Achieng gasped as a figure materialized before her. A tall, handsome young man with kind eyes and a gentle smile. Her first love from youth in Ymira skies. Achieng, he whispered. His voice was exactly as she remembered it, warm and pleading. You left me behind for him, for fire and danger. Was our quiet love not good enough? Otieno stiffened as his own past appeared. A fierce warrior woman from his guardian training days. The one who had broken his heart before he fully understood his feelings for Achieng. She circled him with graceful steps. Her spectral hand was reaching for his scar. You always chose duty over me, Otieno. Now you offer this healer your whole heart. She will burn you as I never could. The Veil's spirits were possessive, jealous, and cruelly intimate. They knew every tender moment, every doubt, every unspoken regret. And Jerry faced the ghost of a long-lost betrothed. And Jerry faced the ghost of a long-lost betrothed. His accusations were cutting deep about leadership, stealing her softness. Keanu battled visions of a childhood sweetheart who blamed him for never returning. The nomad warriors were similarly haunted, some collapsing to their knees as their past loves whispered failures and what ifs. The mystery tied itself to the Dark Weaver's ancient jealousy. As the apparitions grew stronger, the Stormheart flared, revealing visions in the mist. The Weaver had once been a being of connection and love, twisted by rejection into a devourer of bonds. It envied every true union and used the Veil's spirits to fracture alliances before consuming them. The ghosts were a fragment of its power, tools to test whether Achieng and Otieno's love was strong enough for the final binding. Fight them with truth, Achieng cried, holding the pendant high. Its light pushed some spirits back, but others grew bolder, becoming solid enough to touch. The thrilling battles have ignited. The ghosts attacked them. Not with blades, but with overwhelming emotion. One possessive spirit lunged at Otieno, wrapping him in icy chains of regret that made his fire flicker. Achieng channeled the binding runes, sending silver waves that shattered the chains. And Jerry and Keanu each protecting the other from spectral embraces that tried to pull them apart. The fighting was chaotic and deeply personal. Spirits multiplied, swirling around the group in a spectral dance. One nearly dragged Achieng into a monument where she would be trapped, reliving her lost first love forever. Otieno burned a path to her, with his flames roaring hotter than ever. His guardian power was fueled by love rather than rage. In the heart of the melee fight, a major confrontation tested them both. The strongest apparition, a towering fusion of all their past loves, rose before Achieng and Otieno. It wore shifting faces, speaking in layered voices. Your love is built on sand. You will choose power. She will choose safety. The Weaver offers eternity without loss. It attacked with waves of despair that made the air heavy, slowing their limbs and clouding their minds. Otieno roared and charged, with his spear blazing from the fire. Achieng stood at his side. The pendant was blazing with four-element light. Their movements were synced perfectly, his fire creating openings, her binding magic sealing them. The battle was fierce, emotional, and dazzling. The flames were emitting spectral mists in explosions of light, silver echoes shattering ghostly forms. As the fused spirit weakened, it lashed out one final time, forcing Achieng and Otieno to confront their deepest insecurities aloud. I was afraid you would always carry the weight of your curse alone, Achieng admitted mid-strike, with her voice steady. Otieno parried the spectral blow and replied, "And I feared my fire would one day scorch the gentleness I love in you." But speaking the fears aloud broke the spirit's hold. With a final joint strike, Otieno's flaming spear and Achieng's radiant binding light, they shattered the apparition into harmless sparks that drifted upward like fireflies. The remaining ghosts wailed and faded, their power broken by the couple's honesty and unity. Exhausted but triumphant, the group regrouped. The veil grew quieter. The mist lifted to reveal a beautiful Later, Achieng and Otieno found a quiet spot beneath a flowering tree heavy with moon blossoms. The romance between them already was strong, but now grew even deeper through the confrontation. Otieno pulled her into his arms, holding her tight against his chest. Seeing those ghosts, hearing their accusations, only made me more certain. No past love, no regret, no weaver's jealousy can touch what we have forged in fire and storm. Achieng looked up at him with her eyes shining. We faced our pasts tonight and chose each other louder. That is the true binding. Their kiss was slow, passionate, and full of profound relief. Their lips were meeting with tender hunger, hands exploring backs and faces, bodies pressed close under the blossoms. They lingered in the embrace, whispering reaffirmations of their engagement and future, with the pendant glowing softly between them like a blessing from the stars. And as the night deepened, the group rested, but in the distance the winds carried whispers towards the enchanted forge of Sirani. The ghosts are silenced, but the fire remembers every betrayal. The veil of lost loves had tested their hearts cruelly, yet their love emerged stronger, ready for the flames ahead. This is the end of episode 16. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 17. The Enchanted Forge. The moon blossoms of the Vale of Lost Loves had barely faded from their memories when Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the loyal nomad warriors turned their steps back toward Sirani Peak. The Stormheart pendant now burned with all four elemental threads in perfect, if fragile, balance. Otieno's proposal in the storm and their victory over the ghosts had strengthened their bond, yet the growing whispers of betrayal weighed on every member of the Alliance. According to the Tome of Amulet Forging and the Temple Revelations, they needed a weapon capable of channeling the complete binding ritual. A spear forged at the anticipation. The forge was awe-inspiring, a cathedral of black obsidian and glowing runes, with enormous anvils shaped like sleeping dragons and hammers suspended by chains of living flame. Central to it was the eternal crucible, a pool of molten metal that sang with the voices of ancient guardians. Otieno's fire blood sang in response. This place remembers my ancestors, he said quietly. We crafted the binding spear here. The mystery began as they examined the ancient blueprints etched into the walls. They were glowing diagrams that shifted when studied too closely. The blueprints revealed hidden weakness in the Dark Weaver. Its core was vulnerable to a weapon tempered in all four elements and infused with genuine and tested love. But they also showed another thing. They also showed a darker truth. The forge itself had been tainted long ago by a weaver's fragment. Any forging carried risk. As they began the ritual work, Achieng was channeling the elemental threads into the molten metal. Otieno was shaping it with his guardian fire, and Jerry and Keanu were working the massive bellows. Then the creepiness emerged. The tools started a rebellion. Hammers lifted on their own, swinging with malicious intent. Tongues slithered across the floor like metal serpents. Chains rattled and whipped through the air. A spectral voice echoed from the crucible, layered with weaver's hunger. And the pain of betrayed forgers past. Power forged in love is easily broken. The flame always consumes the heart that feeds it. Possessed tools attacked with terrifying coordination. A flying hammer nearly crushed a nomad warrior. Chains wrapped around Keanu's leg, trying to drag him into the molten pool, while whispering doubts about Jerry's leadership. And Jerry fought them off with powerful strikes. Her growing love for Keanu was fueling her fury as she freed him. The thrilling pursuits through the forge ignited. Molten metal surged in unnatural waves, forcing the group possessed anvils slammed down like meteors. The temperature spiked violently. Achieng moved with graceful precision, using binding runes to temporarily calm sections of the forge, while Otieno burned through attacking chains with roaring flames. In the chaos, a massive chain construct formed from every rebellious tool fused together, rose like a metallic serpent. Its head was a glowing hammer that spoke in human Cherokee mocking voice. Your love is the perfect fuel. The Weaver thanks you for delivering the storm heart so willingly. The final pursuit was heart-stopping. The group dodged through narrow passages as the forge seemed to come alive. The floors were cracking and the walls started dripping molten rock. Otieno carried the half-formed spear. Its metal was still glowing white hot, while Achieng protected it with silver barriers. And Jerry and Keanu covered their retreat, fighting back to back with flawless coordination, born of trust and budding romance. In a desperate moment, as the chain serpent cornered Achieng and Otieno, on a narrow obsidian ledge which was overlooking the main crucible, Otieno used the forging process itself as a weapon. He plunged the incomplete spear in a controlled burst of his own guardian flame, mixed with Achieng's four-element light. The metal screamed, then it stabilized. Together they struck the serpent's core. The explosion of light and heat shattered the possessed constructs into harmless, cooling shards. The forge quieted. Its rebellion was stopped for now, with the biting spear completed, and its head was gleaming with swirling elemental veins and a core of pure tempered love. The group rested themselves in a cold side chamber. The blueprints had given them the exact ritual needed for the final confrontation, but also a chilling warning. The weapon could be only wielded truly but Achieng and Otieno stood before the now calm, eternal crucible. The romantic, forging metaphors deepened their connection in a quiet and intimate moment. Otieno set the finishing spear. Otieno set the finished spear aside and took both of Achieng's hands. His palms were still warm from the forge, working this metal with you. It felt like forging our own future. Every strike, every hit, every tempering, we take the raw chaos of this world and shape something unbreakable. Achieng smiled in that moment, tracing the new burn scars on his forearms with gentle fingers. And just like this spear, our love has been tested in fire. It holds storm and flame, water and earth. Nothing the weaver offers can melt what we have built together. He pulled her close. The heat of the forge was still lingering in the air around them. Their kiss was slow and deep, passionate, reverent, filled with metaphor of creation. The hands were exploring backs and shoulders. Their bodies were pressed together as they reaffirmed their engagement vows in whispers. In that moment, the forge felt like a sacred space which was blessing their union. The storm heart pulsed warmly between them, stronger than ever. As dawn approached and the group prepared to leave, and Jerry approached with a grave expression. The spear is ready. Next, we face the web of deceit in the Kajis forests. But I sense the forge's warning was personal. The betrayal grows closer. The enchanted forge had nearly consumed them. Yet, from its fire emerged not only a weapon, but a love tempered beyond breaking. This is the end of episode 17. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Odes. Episode 18. The Web of Deceit. The heat of Serrani's enchanted forge was still clinging to their skin, and the newly forged binding spear as Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the loyal nomads Otieno's grip. Its head was gleaming hot with the four elemental threads, their love tempered in fire and declared in storm, felt stronger than ever. Yet the forge's final warning lingered. Betrayal festers where trust once bloomed. According to the tome of amulet for Achieng, the next piece of the ritual required the silk of eternal truth, a rare thread spun only in the heart of Kaji's forests, guarded by the Spider Queen. The group turned south once more. The Stormheart pendant was guiding them like a compass of light. 2 days of travel brought them to the dense emerald canopy of the Kaji's forests. Towering trees draped in thick silvery webs created an otherworldly cathedral. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves, but every surface shimmered with delicate, glistening strands that caught the filtered sunlight like jeweled drops. And Jerry tested a strand with the tip of her spear. It held fast. The Spider Queen's domain. They say her webs show truth, or the most convincing lies. They ventured deep. The creepiness was settling inside them, like invisible zinc on the skin. At first, the webs were merely beautiful, intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories in geometric beauty. But as the lights dimmed, the webs began to move on their own. Silvery threads shimmered and reshaped, forming haunting illusions that whispered directly into their minds. Achieng saw Otieno standing before the Spider Queen, offering the Stormheart in exchange for power to break his family curse forever. His spectral form turned to her with cold eyes. Love was only ever a chain. The Weaver offers freedom. Otieno witnessed Achieng wrapped in a silken cocoons, willingly surrendering to the Queen because his fire would eventually destroy everything she ever loved. The illusions were intensely personal, preying on every doubt planted by previous trials. And Jerry faced visions of Keanu secretly mystery of the greater conspiracy began to unravel as they fought through the illusions toward the Queen's central nest. The webs displayed living tapestries of recent events. They revealed a hidden web of spies, several minor nobles from the cursed banquet, a trader from Eldora floats, and even one of the nomad warriors who had survived the swamps were subtly connected through the enchanted silk marks. The weaver had been weaving influence for months, turning allies into unwitting threats. In a larger trap, the final revelation showed that the true traitor was still hidden inside, someone whose loyalty appeared absolute. Eyes everywhere, people, Otieno growled, while burning a path through clinging webs with his guardian flame. The thrilling escape ignited when they reached the heart of the web, a massive multi-layered nest suspended between four ancient trees. The Spider Queen herself appeared, an enormous ethereal arachnid with a humanoid torso, 8 shimmering legs, and eyes that reflected every fear in the group. You seek my silk of eternal truth, she hissed. The voice was like rusting leaves and clicking fangs. But first, you must dance in my web. Her illusions intensified into physical threads, arachnid constructs of living silk launched from every direction. The entire web structure began to shift and collapse strategically, creating deadly swinging traps and closing corridors. The chase became a heart-pounding aerial ballet through the canopy. The group leaped from strand to strand, using the webs like ropes for daring swings. Otieno's fire allowed him to burn handholds while protecting the binding spear. Achieng channeled binding runes to stabilize sections of web, creating temporary bridges. And Jerry and Keanu, the warriors, they moved in a perfect sync, swinging together across wide gaps. Their trust and growing romance was shining through every coordinated leap and protective cover. A particularly terrifying moment sent Achieng plummeting toward the forest floor. Otieno launched himself after her on a burning swing, catching her midair in a powerful embrace. They swung together on a single reinforced strand. Their hearts were hammering as the web tore behind them. "I've got you," he breathed fiercely against her ear. "I will never let the web take you." They landed hard on a lower platform. In that breathless instant amid the chaos, the trust reaffirmed itself in a passionate embrace. Their kiss was urgent and deep. The lips were meeting with the fire of survival and unbreakable truth. The hands were clutched tightly, the bodies pressed close as the world swung and shattered around them. "You are my truth," Achieng whispered against his mouth. "No illusion can change that." Energized, they fought their way to the Queen's inner sanctum. With the combined power of the Stormheart, the Binding Spear, and their united hearts, they defeated the Queen's greatest illusion. A colossal spider formed from every lie ever spun about their love. The creature shattered in a brilliant explosion of silver silk and flame. The Spider Queen, weakened, gifted them a single perfect strand of eternal truth's silk, a thread that would reveal deception when woven into the final ritual. As the group retreated from the collapsing web structure, swinging and leaping through the trees in one final exhilarating escape, the forest grew quieter. They emerged into a small clearing at dusk, breathing hard but victorious. Around a safe fire that night, and Jerry and Keanu sat close. Their hands were intertwined, with the trials forging their own quiet bond stronger. The nomads rested with renewed determination. Achieng and Otieno have found a moment apart beneath a towering tree draped in harmless glowing vines. The trusting embrace they shared was profound. Otieno wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin on her head. In that web, when every lie tried to pull us apart, your truth was the only thing I needed to hold on to. Achieng pressed her face into his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and your truth was my anchor. No matter how many webs the weaver spins, our love cuts and will cut through them all. Their kiss was tender and lingering, full of deep trust and quiet passion. They held each other long into the night. The binding spear and storm heart were resting nearby like the silent guardians of their future. Yet, as the fire crackled low, the final creepy whisper drifted through the trees on silken threads. The silk reveals much, but the greatest deceiver still walks among you. And Jerry stood, with her eyes scanning the shadows. Tomorrow we face the midnight masquerade in Lumara City. Stay vigilant. The web of deceit had ensnared them in lies and danger, but their trust and their love had proven stronger than any spider's silk. This is the end of episode 18. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 19, Midnight Masquerade. The silken threads of the Kachi forests still shimmered in their memories like lingering lies as Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the loyal nomads approached Lumara City once more. The binding spear rested securely across Otieno's back, its elemental power humming in quiet harmony with the Stormheart pendant at Achieng's chest. Their love, tested in webs of deceit, felt like forged steel. Yet the Spider Queen's final whisper haunted every shadow. The greatest deceiver still walked among them. A gilded invitation had found them on the forest edge, delivered by a masked courier who vanished into the mist. The midnight masquerade at the Grand Pavilion of Lumara was the city's most extravagant event, held under the triple moons when illusions ran the strongest. According to the Tome of Amulet Forging, a masked informant known only as the Veil Keeper would be present. Someone who held the final celestial alignment needed for the binding ritual. We go in disguise, and Jerry declared as they prepared to go its outer platforms. Achieng became a night-blooming orchid spirit. Her face was hidden behind an intricate mask of living petals and silver beads. Otieno wore the guise of a flame guardian phoenix, crimson and gold feathers, framing a fierce big mask. And Jerry appeared as a storm crow, sharp and watchful. Keanu chose the quiet river otter, sleek and unassuming. The grand pavilion floated high above Lumara, a vast open-air hall of crystal pillars and drifting lanterns that shifted colors with the music. As they arrived under the triple moons, the masquerade was already in full hypnotic swing. Hundreds of masked guests swirled around the polished floor to the rhythm of nyatiti, drums, and soft flutes. Costumes ranged from mythical beasts to ancestral spirits, feathers, beads, and enchanted silks glittering under the moonlight. Laughter rang out, but beneath it was an undercurrent of something sharper. The creepiness began subtly. The masks that should have been a mere decoration, they began to move on their own. A guest's lion face twitched into a snarl when no one was looking. Another's butterfly wings fluttered with real living motion. Whispers slithered through the crowd, not spoken aloud, but felt in the mind. Trust no smile. The veil keeper hides among these traders. Shapeshifters were present. Some guests weren't human at all, but Weaver touched illusions that changed faces when eyes turned away. One moment a graceful dancer wore the mask of a friend from Ymira skies. The next it became Jumanjoroge's smirking features before melting back. Achieng felt a chill as a figure in a decaying mother's mask approached her, whispering exactly as her mother had in the Shadow Grove. Otieno's hand tightened on hers when a phoenix-masked stranger, mirroring his own costume, brushed past, murmuring doubts about their engagement. The mystery deepened when they located the Veil Keeper, a tall Standing near the central fountain, the informant's voice was neutral, genderless. The alignment occurs in 3 nights. The Veil Keeper whispered as they danced in a loose circle. But the Weaver has already marked one among your circle. Look for the one whose mask never truly fits. Before more could be revealed, the Masquerade turned deadly. The shapeshifters revealed themselves fully. The masks melted away to show grotesque, ever-changing faces beneath combinations of past ghosts, allies, and loved ones twisted into monstrous forms. The music warped into discordant chaos. Enchanted guards with shifting faces moved to block exits. The thrilling unmasking chases erupted. Find the true Veil Keeper, Otieno shouted, drawing the binding spear in that moment. The pavilion became a whirlwind of pursuit. Guests screamed and scattered as shapeshifters lunged. Achieng and Otieno moved together through the crowd, unmasking figures with swift pulls and flashes of silver light from the storm heart. One shifter wearing Jerry's face attacked Keanu, forcing him into a desperate duel across the dance floor. And Jerry fought with ferocious grace. Her Stormcrow mask cracked, revealing her determined eyes. Keanu stayed at her side. Their coordination was so seamless and protective. The chases spilled across floating platforms and swaying bridges outside the pavilion. Lanterns shattered, costumes tore apart. Achieng pursued a fleeing shifter who wore Otieno's face, heart-pounding as the illusion taunted her with doubts. Otieno chased another wearing Achieng's features, flames licking along the binding spear. In the heart of the chaos, during a brief lull on a quieter outer balcony, Achieng and Otieno found each other again. Masks still in place, they shared a disguised dance under the triple moons. A stolen moment amid the danger. He pulled her close, one hand at her waist, and the other holding her. Their bodies moved in perfect sync. distant, distorted music. Even masked, they knew each other still completely. In this sea of false faces, Otieno murmured against her petal mask. Yours is the only one my heart recognizes. Achieng's voice trembled with emotion beneath her disguise. And yours is my true north. No matter how many lies the weaver spins. Their disguised dance turned into a passionate kiss. Their masks were lifted just enough for the lips to meet in an urgent and tender affirmation. The triple moons bathed them in silver light as they held each other, reaffirming their engagement and love in the midst of deception. The storm hardened, the binding spear glowed softly between them, a quiet vow, stronger than any mask. The moment was shattered as more shifters closed in. With renewed strength, they unmasked the final threats. The true veil keeper was revealed, an elderly woman who had been hidden in plain sight as a simple servant. She pressed a small crystal orb containing the celestial alignment into Achieng's hands before vanishing into the crowd with a knowing nod. The group fought their way to safety, swinging across bridges and leaping between platforms as the Masquerade collapsed into full pandemonium behind them. They escaped Lumara's city under the moons, with their hearts racing, but they came out victorious. Later, in a hidden safe house on a lower, floating platform, they examined the alignment map. It confirmed the final location. The Dark Weaver's lair is in the Eldora Void, accessible only during the upcoming celestial convergence. Jerry and Keanu sat close by. Their own romance was visibly deepened by the night's trials. Quiet touches and shared glances were speaking volumes. Achieng and Otieno stole one final private moment on the balcony overlooking the sleeping city. The masks were removed. They held each other under the stars. No more disguises between us, Otieno whispered, with his forehead against hers. Only the truth. Only us, Achieng replied. as they prepared for the rest, a final creepy whisper slithered from the alignment crystal. The masquerade ends, but the true face of betrayal will be revealed at the abyss of memories. The midnight masquerade had been a dance of lies and danger. Their love, however, had shone through every mask. This is the end of episode 19. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 20. The Abyss of Memories. The triple moons of Lumara City had barely set when Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the remaining nomad warriors slipped away from the floating city under cover of pre-dawn mist. The celestial alignment crystal pulsed in Achieng's satchel. Its light was perfectly synchronized with the Stormheart's pendant and the binding spear. Their love, reaffirmed beneath the masks and the moons, felt like a living flame. Yet the final whisper from the masquerade haunted every quiet moment. The true face of betrayal would be revealed at the abyss of memories. They traveled southeast for 3 days, descending through increasingly rugged terrain until they reached the shores of an ancient, bottomless lake known only in forgotten scrolls as the Abyss of Memories. The water was unnaturally still, black as obsidian, reflecting the sky so perfectly that it was impossible to tell where the air ended and the water began. A thin mist hovered above the surface, carrying faint echoes of laughter, weeping, and distant songs. Otieno stood at the edge with his spear in his hand. The alignment map says the abyss holds the final forgotten fragment, a memory of the Weaver's original weakness. We must dive in. What? And Jerry tested the water with the tip of her spear. It rippled strangely, as though alive. Then we dive together. No one enters alone. They prepared enchanted breathing orbs, stronger versions of those used in Gachi depths, and slipped into the lake one by one. The cold embraced them like an old sorrow. started revealing itself slowly. It wasn't merely water, but a living archive of Istria's collective past. Ghostly scenes played out around them, translucent figures of ancient lovers, warriors, and healers reliving their most pivotal moments. Schools of silverfish swam through the visions as though they were real. The creepiness began when the memories turned personal. Achieng saw her mother, young and vibrant, reaching out through the water. You chose the pendant over staying with me, Achieng, the apparition whispered. Bubbles were escaping her lips. The vision shifted, showing Achieng herself drowning slowly, while Otieno swam upwards without looking back. Otieno witnessed his father sinking into darkness, with his eyes accusing. Your fire will consume her as the way it consumed me. Other drowned memories resurfaced. Baraka's final moments, the scream from the Shadow Grove, and the jealous ghosts of the Veil. All were reaching with translucent hands that brushed cold against their skin. The deeper they swam, the stronger the pull became. Forgotten allies appeared, long-lost guardians who had once fought the Weaver. Their spectral forms were offering cryptic warnings before fading. One ancient elder, with the face eerily familiar, revealed through gestures that the Weaver's core could only be shattered by a memory of pure, unselfish love, stronger than any elemental power. The mystery crystallized around a sunken temple at the very bottom of the abyss. As they approached its glowing ruins, a massive underwater current suddenly surged. Not natural, but born of suppressed memories, trying to drag them into eternal loops. The thrilling struggle began in its earnest. The currents whipped into violent whirlpools. Ghostly hands of drowned warriors clutched at their limbs, pulling them toward personal nightmares. One nomad was nearly lost to a vision of his village burning, and Jerry and Keanu fought together to pull him free. Their bond was shining through the chaos as they shielded each other from the spectral currents. Achieng's orb flickered as a powerful memory current tried to separate her from Otieno. She saw a future where their engagement dissolved because Otieno chose guardianship over marriage, leaving her alone with the storm heart. The water pressed against her chest like iron. Otieno, she cried, with her voice distorted through the orb. He fought through the current like a blazing comet, flames somehow burning even underwater through his guardian power. He reached her, wrapping one strong arm around her waist in a desperate, protective embrace, while the binding spear cut through the ghostly hands with elemental light. "I will never leave you," he vowed through the churning water. His forehead pressed to hers. "Not in this life, not in any memory." In that shared moment of danger, the abyss granted them a unifying vision, a beautiful, mysterious memory that solidified their love forever. They saw themselves years from now, standing on a restored Nyamira Skies platform at sunset, children with Achieng's warm eyes and Otieno's strong build. They were running across the floating bridges. Laughter filled the air. The weaver was only a distant story told to teach courage. In the vision, they turned to each other, older but radiant, and renewed their vows with the same passion they felt today. The vision faded, leaving them stronger. Energized, they pushed through the final currents to the sunken temple's heart. There, guarded by a colossal memory guardian formed of swirling water and light, rested the final fragments, a crystalline tear containing the weaver's original moment of corruption, the rejection that twisted love into hunger. With the binding spear and the storm heart combined, they defeated the guardian in a dazzling underwater battle. Otieno escape was breathtakingly thrilling. The Abyss fought their departure with massive memory surges, whirlpools of regrets, walls of drowning faces, crushing pressure from collective sorrow. They swam as one, supporting the wounded, sharing orbs when one failed. Their unity was defying the depths. They broke the surface, gasping for air, collapsing on the rocky shore as the black water calmed once more behind them. The final fragment was secured that night around a warm fire. The group rested, and Jerry and Keanu sat close. Their romance was quietly blooming into something steadfast and beautiful. The nomads shared stories of hope for the first time in many days. Achieng and Otieno found privacy on a moonlit outcrop overlooking the now still abyss. The shared memory vision had changed something profound between them. Otieno pulled her gently into his lap, his arms encircling her with tender strength. In that vision that abyss showed us, I saw our future so clearly. Children, peace, a love that outlasts every trial. Achieng rested her head against his shoulder, tracing the scar on his face with soft fingers. It wasn't just a memory, it was a promise. We have already won the most important battle, choosing each other every single day. Their kiss was deep, slow, and full of quiet joy. Their lips were meeting with the certainty of a future that was already glimpsed. They held each other for a long time. Their bodies were warm against the chill night, whispering dreams of their wedding beneath Ymira skies, while the storm heart and the binding spear glowed softly nearby. Yet, as the fire burned low, a final creepy whisper rose from the lake's surface. Beautiful memories. But the abyss of the final battle awaits in the Eldora void, and betrayal swims closer than you know. And Jerry stood with her eyes hard, watching. Tomorrow we march toward the wailing winds of Eldora Canyons. The end draws near. The abyss of memories had nearly drowned them in and of the love that would carry them there. This is the end of episode 20, Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 21, The Wailing Winds. The black waters of the abyss of memories had barely settled behind them when Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the loyal nomad warriors turned northeast once more. The celestial alignment crystal and the final memory tier were now secured alongside the binding spear and the Stormheart pendant. Their love, which was strengthened by visions of hopeful future, burned steadily, yet the lake's parting whisper lingered like cold mist on the skin. Betrayal swims closer than you know. 3 days of arduous travel brought them to the Eldora Canyons, a vast network of deep, wind-sculpted gorges that were cutting through the red rock like ancient scars. Towering cliffs rose hundreds of feet on either side, with their walls perfectly etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift when viewed too long. The wind here never rests. It howled, it moaned, and whispered through narrow passes, carrying voices that sounded almost human. And Jerry shielded her eyes against the dust. The wailing winds, the prophecies say that the final wind scripts are carved here. The last instructions for the celestial alignment. But the canyon demands payment in courage. Otieno adjusted the binding spear on his back with his free hand, finding Achieng. Then we pay it. Together, they descended the narrow switchback trail into the canyon depths. The wind grew stronger with every step, tugging at clothes and hair like impatient fingers. The deeper they went, the louder the wailing became. The creepiness settled like a shroud. At first, the voices were distant, faint cries of lost travelers, children calling for their parents, lovers sobbing their final goodbyes. Then the winds grew personal. A high, keening wall took on Achieng's mother voice. You will lose him the way you lost me. The storm always takes what it loves. Another gust carried Otieno's father accusing him of dooming his future children with the family curse. The nomads heard fallen comrades begging for vengeance, and Jerry's face tightened as the wind mimicked the voice of her dead betrothed, warning her that the leadership would cost her Keanu's love. Keanu heard, and Jerry's voice, coldly ordering his sacrifice for the greater good. The wailing intensified into a storm of sound that clawed at the mind, making every shadow on the canyon walls seem alive with reaching hands. The mystery of the wind scripts started revealing itself slowly. High on the canyon walls, the ancient runes were glowing faintly when the storm heart was held near. Achieng and Otieno climbed precarious ledges to study them. The wind was trying to pluck them off the rocks. The scripts told of the final celestial convergence, a rare alignment of the triple moons, and the wandering star that would open the path to the Eldora Void. But they also contained a dire prophecy. During the convergence, the Weaver would offer the hidden traitor ultimate power, the ability to rewrite one's memory and erase all pain forever. Someone in our circle is being tempted even now, Otieno said grimly as they descended. The thrilling canyon leaps began when the winds turned violent. A sudden gale roared through the narrowest pass, threatening to hurl them into the abyss below. The group was forced into a desperate crossing of a natural rock bridge that swayed under the assault. One nomad nearly fell down into the abyss, and Jerry and Keanu grabbed him just in time. Their teamwork flawless and protective as always. Leap when the wind pauses, Otieno shouted. The crossing became a heart-pounding series of daring jumps and slides. Wind gusts formed invisible hands that pushed and pulled. Narrow ledges crumbled underfoot. Achieng channeled binding runes to create brief pockets of calm air, while Otieno used control bursts of guardian flame to anger himself and the others. They leaped across widening gaps, swung on sturdy vines, most terrifying moment, a massive gust of wind had separated Achieng from the group. She clung to a thin ledge. Her fingers were slipping. The wailing wind was screaming predictions of Otieno's death in the final battle. He will burn alone. You will watch. Hold on, Otieno roared. He launched himself across the gap on a powerful thermal updraft created by his flame, catching her wrist in a grip of iron. They tangled together for a breathless second above the void before he pulled her to safety on a wider ledge. There, pressed against the canyon wall, with the wind howling around them, they shared a moment of raw vulnerability. Otieno cupped her face. His eyes were fierce despite the chaos. The wind lies. I will not burn alone. We burn together. Or not at all. Achieng leaned into him. Their foreheads were touching as the gale whipped their hair. Then let these winds carry our promise louder than any prophecy. I am yours in every storm. Their kiss was passionate and defiant. Their lips were meeting with the fire of survival and unbreakable commitments. The bodies were pressed close against the rock as the canyon wailed around them. The storm heart flared between them, momentarily calming the immediate winds, as if in approval of their love. Renewed, they rejoined the others and completed the final deciphering of the wind scripts. The runes contained the exact timing and location for the final confrontation in the Eldora Void. They also revealed that the hidden traitor's identity would only become clear when the Weaver will make its final offer. As the group emerged from the deepest canyon pass at sunset, the winds quieted to a gentle murmur, almost respectful. They made camp on a high plateau overlooking the vast plains. That night, around the fire, Jerry and Keanu sat close, their hands intertwined, where their romance was a quiet light in the growing darkness. The nomads spoke of home and hope pulled her into his arms, wrapping his cloak around them both against the cool night air. The canyon tried to break us with every fear, my dear, he murmured. His lips were brushing her ear. But hearing your voice promised me through the storm. It made every leap worth it. Achieng nestled against his chest, listening to his heartbeats, and your hand, catching mine, reminded us why we fight. Our love is louder than any wind. Their embrace turned tender and passionate, slow kisses under the emerging stars. Their hands were exploring their bodies with gentle reverence, and also their bodies were warm against each other as they whispered dreams of their wedding and peaceful life, which was awaiting them after victory. The binding spear and Stormheart rested nearby, glowing softly in harmony. Yet, as the fire burned low back at the camp, a final eerie whisper rode, heard with a distant gust. The winds have spoken truth. The abyss of the void awaits, and the traitor's mask is almost ready to fall. And Jerry rose, with her spear in her hand. Tomorrow we face the curse of the Blood Moon in the Nyamira Highlands. Stay close. Trust only what your heart knows is real. The wailing winds had tested their courage and their bond, but their love had sung louder than the canyon's despair. This is the end of episode 21. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 22. The Curse of the Blue Moon. The Curse of the Blood Moon, sorry. The winds of Eldora Canyon had quieted to whispers, but their warnings still were echoing in every heartbeat as Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the loyal nomad warriors climbed into the Nyamira Highlands. The celestial alignment was now only days away. The Stormheart pendant glowed with urgent, multicolored light, and the binding spear felt heavier in Otieno's hands, as though it sensed an approaching climax. Their love, now forged through storm, fire, water, earth, and memory, it stood as their greatest shield. Yet the growing shadow of betrayal Every ally's silhouette feels slightly sharper in the fading light. They returned they reached the highlands as the sun bled across the horizon. The land was rugged here and beautiful. There were rolling hills dotted with ancient standing stones and sacred groves. But as the twilight deepened, the first crimson tint was touching the rising moon, the blood moon. It rose, huge and swollen, bathing the highlands in a deep, unnatural red glow. The air there grew thick, heavy with the metallic scent of impending change. Animals in the distance were howling, not ordinary cries, but tormented, elongated sounds that chilled the blood inside everyone. And Jerry's voice was tense. The legends say that the blood moon awakens old curses. Beasts that were once protectors turn into monsters under its light. We must cross these highlands tonight to reach the next alignment marker. They pressed on forward. The creepiness descended swiftly. Under the blood-red moonlight, the standing stones began to pulse. Shadows started stretching unnaturally long. Then the transformations started. The thing that everybody was afraid of. One of the nomad warriors, a quiet, steadfast man, which was named Mwangi, clutched his chest with a strangled cry. His muscles ripped violently. Fur sprouted along his arms. Claws extended from his fingers, and his eyes started glowing feral violet. He lunged at the nearest companion with a guttural snarl. Before the group could react, "Where beasts?" Otieno shouted, raising the binding spear. "The Weaver is using the moon to turn our own against us." More transformations followed. After the first one, 3 more additional warriors have shifted into powerful wolf-like creatures with glowing red eyes and mouths dripping shadow essence. Their howls mixed with the wind, creating a haunting chorus that clawed whispering accusations as it circled Jerry. Another Another one stalked Keanu with the voice of his best love, trying to lure him away from the group. Achieng felt the pendant burn hot against her skin as the moon's curse tried to reach even her. The moon was showing Achieng the fleeting visions of Otieno shifting into a monster and tearing their future apart. The mystery of the final betrayal has deepened under the blood light. As they fought, the moon itself seemed to project visions onto the clouds, fleeting images of one figure in their group, secretly meeting with Jumanjoroge's shadow, accepting the Weaver's offer of power. The identity remained blurred, but the visions pointed towards someone whose loyalty had seemed absolute, heightening suspicion and tension within the Alliance. The thrilling battles under the blood moon had reached a fever pitch. The group formed a defensive circle on a rocky outcrop. Otieno's guardian flame was blazing brighter than ever. His spear was carving burning arcs through the night as he protected Achieng. She channeled all the four elements. She channeled all four elemental threads through the storm heart, creating silver and crimson barriers that weakened the curse's hold on the shifting warriors. And Jerry fought with thunderous fury. Her spear was striking truth, while Keanu guarded her flank with swift, precise blade work. Their romance was evident in every protective glance and coordinated strikes. The werbeasts were fast and strong, leaping across rocks with terrifying agility. One nearly dragged Achieng down a steep slope. Otieno roared and intercepted it, with flames roaring along his arms as he wrestled the creature in a brutal, primal clash. Claws raked his shoulder, drawing blood that looked black under the red moon. Protect the circle, and Jerry commanded. The fighting was chaotic and visceral, howls splitting the night. Flames were exploding against shadow, fur. Silver light was clashing with crimson curses. The moon's pool intensified, threatening to turn more of them. One nomad almost shifted before Achieng's binding magic Otieno's protective instincts exploded. He leaped between them, taking a savage blow meant for her. Blood streamed down his side, but he stood firm. His eyes were blazing with love and defiance. Achieng, he shouted over the howls. Remember the abyss. Remember the future. Our future. His words anchored her. Together they struck the alpha beast. Otieno's flaming spear and Achieng's radiant binding light pierced its cursed heart. The creature dissolved into harmless red mist with a final mournful howl. The remaining were-beasts, weakened by the loss of their leader, began to revert as the moon started its slow descent. The group collapsed on the outcrop, breathing hard, tending wounds with Achieng's herbs and their remaining strength. The surviving nomads looked at one another with new wariness. The visions of betrayal were hanging heavy between them. Later, as the blood moon dipped lower and the sky began to lighten, Achieng tended Otieno's deep shoulder wound in a quiet hollow away from the others. The romantic peak under the fading curse was tender, but yet fierce. Otieno winced, but smiled as she cleaned the gash. The moon tried to turn me into the monster I've always feared I'd become. But your light, your love, it pulled me back. Achieng's hands trembled slightly as she bandaged him. And when that beast charged me, all I could think was how I would rather face 1,000 curses than lose you. She finished the bandage and cupped his face. Our promise under the storm, in the web, and in the abyss, it holds stronger than any moon's curse. He pulled her close despite the pain. Their kiss was deep and passionate, born of survival. themselves soon. The curse of the blood moon had tested their bodies, their minds, and their trust, yet their love had burned brighter than the cursed moon itself. This is the end of episode 22. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 23. The Puzzle of the Stars. The golden dawn that followed the blood moon felt like a fragile blessing as Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the weary nomad warriors descended from the Nyamira highlands towards the towering slopes of Zirani Peak once more. The celestial alignment crystal pulsed with increasing urgency in Achieng's satchel. The binding spear hummed in Otieno's grip. Its elemental veins were glowing with anticipation. Their love, tested under cursed moonlight, burned with quiet defiance. Yet the moon's visions of betrayal had left invisible cracks in the alliance. Every glance between companions now carried the weight of suspicion. They climbed through the night, guided by the alignment map, until they reached the ancient Zirani Observatory, a magnificent structure carved into a mountain's upper flank. Massive stone pillars were shaped like outstretched hands, supported a vast open dome that framed the night sky. Crystal lenses and rotating star charts, powered by the residual volcanic heat, still functioned after centuries. Otieno's fire blood stirred as they entered the main observatory chamber. My ancestors guarded this place. The stars here remember every prophecy spoken, ever. The air was cold and thin, carrying the faint scent of ozone and ancient incense. As the dome gathered beneath the open, as the group gathered beneath the open dome, the stars above seemed unnaturally bright, almost watchful. The mystery of the final alignment began to unfold by itself. Ancient star charts on the floor lit up by themselves when the celestial crystal was placed at the center. Glowing constellations shifted and realigned, forming intricate puzzles that had to be solved in sequence. The first puzzle showed open. But the stars were not passive guides. The creepy star ghosts emerged as the puzzles deepened. Translucent figures materialized among the floating star projections. Ancient astronomers and guardians that were long dead, their forms made of shimmering stellar dust and cold starlight. Their eyes were empty voids filled with distant galaxies. When they spoke, their voices were layered echoes, cold and distant, like whispers from the edge of the universe. One ghost, a tall elder with a crown of frozen comets, drifted close to Achieng. The alignment will reveal the traitor's face, but only after they have already struck. Another ghost circled Otieno, with its hollow eyes reflecting his worst fears. Your flame will be the weapon that kills her in the end. The ghosts advised and tormented in equal measure, offering fragments of the final ritual while planting seeds of doubt. They showed possible futures in swirling star nebulae, visions of Ymira skies burning, of the group turning on one another, of the weavers victorious, because love fractured at the final moment. The creepy atmosphere thickened as the ghosts began to possess sections of the observatory, making the crystal lenses bleed cold starlight and causing the star charts to whisper accusations in the voices of the lost loved ones. The thrilling evasion of cosmic traps began when the group attempted to solve the final, most complex puzzle. The observatory itself awakened in defense. The floor beneath them became a living star map that shifted and tilted without warning. Cosmic traps manifested as swirling vortexes of stellar energy that threatened to pull them into endless voids. Showers of burning meteor fragments that rained from the dome, and gravity wells that reversed suddenly, sending warriors flying towards the ceiling or plummeting towards the cracking floors. Solve it quickly, or the stars will claim us, and Jerry shouted, dodging a swirling vortex. The puzzles demanded perfect coordination. Achieng channeled the storm heart's 4 elements to stabilize sections of the floor. Otieno used his guardian flame to burn through incoming meteor showers and create thermal anchors. And Jerry and Keanu, they were working in seamless partnership, one reading star patterns while the other guarded against shifting gravity and ghostly interference. The action had reached a heart-pounding peak during the final constellation alignment. The entire observatory began to tilt dramatically as a massive cosmic trap opened. A black vortex at the center of the chamber that sucked in light, sound, and anything that was not anchored by true intent. One nomad warrior was nearly pulled in, screaming as the star ghosts whispered his regrets, and Jerry and Keanu risked everything to haul him back. Their bond was shining brightly in the chaos. In the most dangerous moments, a powerful gravity reversal sent Achieng sliding towards the vortex. Otieno leaped across the tilting floor, with his flames buzzing along his arms and legs, and caught her just before she crossed the event horizon. What? They clung together on a narrow, shifting ledge as meteors streaked past and ghosts wailed around them. Otieno held her tightly, with his voice steady despite the cosmic storm. Look at the stars with me, not the ghosts, not the traps. Us. Achieng pressed her face against his neck. The storm heart was blazing between them. Together, always. Their stargazing romance bloomed in that perilous moment. Even as the observatory shook and the ghosts howled, they found a brief pocket of calm. Otieno pointed upwards with one hand, while holding Achieng with the other. When this is over, we will lie under these same stars on a quiet night in Yamura skies. No masks, no curses, no weaver, just us and the future we glimpsed in the abyss. Achieng's eyes shone with tears and love. I see it too, Otieno. Our children will learn the constellations. Our love will be written in the sky forever. They sealed the promise with a deep, passionate kiss. Their lips met with fierce tenderness amidst the Stormheart and the binding spear flared in brilliant harmony, stabilizing the final puzzle. With the last constellation locked into place, the observatory calmed. The star ghosts bowed solemnly and faded, granting them the complete celestial map for the final confrontation in the Eldora Voids. The alignment would occur in 2 nights. The group emerged from the observatory battered but triumphant. The night sky now was peaceful above them. Later, on a high ledge overlooking the mountain, Achieng and Otieno sat together, wrapped in a shared cloak. The romantic stargazing moment continuing in a quiet beauty. They traced constellations with their fingers, whispering names they would one day give to their children, reaffirming their engagement with soft kisses and tender embraces. The weight of the coming battle felt lighter in each other's arms. Yet, as the others prepared to rest, a final creepy star ghost appeared briefly on the wind. Its hollow voice was carrying one last warning. The stars have shown you the path, but the traitor walks it with you. The void awaits. And Jerry gripped her spear tightly now. Tomorrow we face the silent village in the Kachi lowlands. Stay vigilant. The end is near. The puzzle of the stars had tested their minds, their courage, and their hearts. But their love had aligned brighter than any constellation. This is the end of episode 23. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Odes. Episode 24. The Silent Village. The constellations of Serrani Peak still burned in their minds like living maps, as Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the dwindling band of nomad warriors descended from the observatory into the shadowed Kachi lowlands. The celestial alignment was now less than 2 nights away. The Stormheart pendant now glowed with restless energy against Achieng's chest. Its 4 elemental threads, they were swirling faster now, while the binding spear hummed in Otieno's hands, as if eager No smoke rose from the cooking fires, no children's laughter, no goats bleating, no drums. In that village was only the soft rustle of the wind going through tall grass and the distant call of the night birds. They crested a low hill and saw it, a modest collection of round, thatched huts, arranged in a perfect circle around a central baobab tree. Lanterns hung unlit. The cooking pots sat cold. The clothes was hung on the lines, perfectly still. The entire village seemed like it was frozen in time, and Jerry signaled for stealth. Something is very wrong in this village. Stay silent, my friends. We observe first. They slipped between the outer husks. They slipped between the outer huts like shadows. The creepiness was absolute. Every inhabitant they glimpsed stood or sat unnaturally still. A woman stirring an empty pot moved her arm in slow mechanical circles. Her eyes were vacant, and she was glowing with faint violet light. The children were set in a circle, and their mouths were open as if singing, but no sound emerged. An elder carved a piece of wood with rhythmic strokes, yet the knife never actually touched the surface. Their faces were calm, almost peaceful, but their eyes were empty, as puppets that performed daily routines without soul or sound. The carvings warned that the only way to break the curse and claim the earth anchor was to speak a single pure truth loud enough to shatter the weaver's hold. But doing so will reveal the hidden traitor among anyone who heard it. The tension thickened. The group exchanged uneasy glances among them, and they were wondering who among them would be exposed when truth rang out. The thrilling stealth infiltration began when the possessed villagers sensed intruders. Without warning, the silent inhabitants turned in eerie unison. Their eyes were flaring violet. They moved with unnatural speed and coordination. No battle cries, no shouts, only the soft rustle of feet and whisper of blades being drawn. The fight was horrifying in its silence. Otieno raised a biting spear. The flames were licking along its edge. Achieng channeled the silver binding light, and Jerry and Keanu moved like ghosts themselves, striking swiftly and covering each other in perfect, wordless harmony. The nomads fought desperately. Their own breaths were loud in this terrible quiet. The possessed came in waves, silent mothers wielding cooking knives, children with small spears, elder with walking sticks turned into clubs. Their attacks were precise, coordinated, and utterly without mercy or sound. Achieng narrowly dodged a silent blade that would have opened her throat. Otieno burned through a cluster of attackers. His flame was the only roar in the village. In the chaos of stealthy combat, they discovered the earth anchor, a glowing He bolted towards the edge of the village, clearly the traitor that the stars had hinted at. A short, intense chase followed through the now noisy huts. Otieno and Jerry pursued, but the man vanished into the tall grass, escaping with the knowledge of their plans. The village survivors, now freed, offered what aid they could offer: food, herbs, and tearful thanks. The earth anchor was secured, completing the final ritual component. That night, the group camped just beyond the village under a sky heavy with stars. The freed villagers sang soft songs of gratitude in the distance. Their voices were a healing balm after the terrible silence. Achieng and Otieno found a quiet spot away from the fire. The romantic confessions flowed freely in the newfound quiet. Otieno pulled her close. His arms were strong but gentle around her waist. When you spoke our truth in the village, I felt the weaver's hold weaken, not just on them, but on every doubt inside me. Achieng rested her head against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and hearing it aloud reminded me why we fight. You are my truth in every silence, every storm, every battle. When this ends, I want our wedding drums to be the loudest sound Nyamira Skies has ever heard. He tilted her chin up. Her eyes were shining with resolve and love. Their kiss was deep, tender, and full of quiet passion. Their lips were moving slowly. Their hands were tracing familiar paths. The bodies were pressed close as they reaffirmed their future in whispers. The storm-hardened binding spear glowed warmly beside them, as if the elements approved the truth they had spoken. Yet, as the camp settled, and Jerry approached with a grave face, with having Keanu at her side, the traitor escaped. He knows our route to the Eldora Void. We must move at first light towards the flames of passion and peril. The final convergence is almost here. The silent village had tested their courage, their trust, and their truth. But in breaking this curse, they had also accelerated the Weaver's plans, and that brought the final songs of the newly freed silent village survivors had barely faded behind them when Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the remaining loyal nomad warriors pushed onward with renewed urgency. The celestial alignment was now mere hours away. The Stormheart pendant burned hot against Achieng's chest, with its four elemental threads swirling inside in agitated patterns, while the binding spear glowed with restrained power in Otieno's grip. Their love, which was spoken aloud in the village's crushing silence, felt like a living shield. Yet the escaped trader's knowledge of their route cast a long shadow over every single step. They returned to the volcanic foothills of Zirani's peak, but this time they had approached a different face of the mountain. The volatile western slopes, where the earth itself bled molten fury. Thick black smoke curled into the sky, and the ground grew warm, then hot beneath their feet. And Jerry wiped sweat off her brow. The flames of passion and peril. The final prophecy piece is set to be guarded in the heart of the active flows. We have no choice but to cross. They pressed on as twilight turned the sky the color of blood and ember. The thrilling descent into peril began almost immediately. Rivers of lava flowed in slow, majestic currents down the mountainside. Their surfaces were cracking just to reveal glowing orange beneath. The air shimmered with intense heat. Narrow stone bridges and obsidian ledges were offering treacherous paths across the flows. One wrong step meant instant death for our group, but they were leaping across widening cracks as fresh eruptions sent fountains of molten rock arcing in the sky. Nomads shouted warnings as superheated steam vents exploded without warning, forcing desperate rolls and dives. Otieno's guardian fire blazed around him, shielding Achieng as they moved, and Jerry and Keanu were working in across the glowing chasms. Then the creepy fire demons rose above. From the lava rivers emerged humanoid figures formed of living flame and shadow. Their bodies were flickering between beauty and horror. They wore the faces of the group's deepest temptations and fears. One demon approached Achieng, wearing Otieno's face, but with cold, calculating eyes. "Leave him," it whispered in his voice. "The Weaver offers you healing without pain. No more loss. No more fire that will eventually consume you." Another demon circled Otieno in the guise of his father, flames licking at its edges. "Take the power, son. Rewrite the curse. Save yourself from watching her burn." The demons, tempted with seductive visions, projected in the heat haze. Futures of peace without sacrifice were promised, of eternal life, of love without the risk of heartbreak. Their voices were hypnotic. They were crackling like burning wood, promising an end to all suffering, if only they would surrender the storm heart. The mystery of the final prophecy piece revealed itself at the heart of the volcanic crater. At the center of the most violent flows stood a solitary obsidian pillar. When the storm heart was held near it, glowing runes blazed to life across the obsidian surface. The final prophecy unfolded in searing text. At the celestial convergence in the Eldora Void, the four elements and one pure bond shall meet the Weaver's core. But the fragment within the Stormheart pendant will offer the closest heart ultimate power to erase all personal pain forever. Only if the heart chooses love over relief will the binding hold. Choose wrongly, and Istria falls into eternal silence. The revelation sent a chill through the group, even amid the scorching heat. Eyes darted. Suspicions started flaring once more. Who among them carried the hidden temptation? The thrilling climax and romantic rescue ignited as the mountain erupted. exploded across their path. The fire demons attacked physically now, lashing out with whips of flame and trying to drag victims into the molten rivers. The entire slope then became a nightmare of flowing fire, collapsing ledges, and demonic temptation. One massive surge cut Achieng off of the group. A fiery crevice opened beneath her feet. She slipped, dangling over a roaring river of lava, the heat blistering her skin as a demon wearing a twisted version of Otieno's face reached for her with burning hands. "Join me in peace," the demon hissed. "No more fear of loss." "Never," Achieng cried. The storm heart pendant started flaring then. Otieno saw her peril. With a roar that shook the slope, he sprinted across the collapsing obsidian. The flames were roaring along his entire body. He leaped the widening crevice in a blazing arc, catching Achieng's wrist just as her grip failed. The heat was unbearable, but his guardian power shielded them both in a cocoon of controlled flame. He pulled her into his arms on a narrow, trembling ledge, holding her tightly as lava surged below and the demons were howling around them. "I've got you," he gasped, with his voice raw with love and adrenaline. "I will always pull you from the fire." In that moment of intense peril and rescue, their passion peaked. Achieng clung to him. Her tears were evaporating on her cheeks from the heat. "And I will always heal you, my flame. No temptation, no curse, no power is worth losing what we have." Their kiss was fierce and desperate. Their lips were crashing together amidst the roaring volcano. Their bodies were pressed close as the world burned around them. The Stormheart pendant and the binding spear blazed in brilliant harmony. Their combined light was driving back the nearest demons, and it was stabilizing the ledge beneath them. Energized by their union, they fought their way back to the group, with the final prophecy piece now etched in their minds. They channeled all four elements blinding spear and the storm heart, creating a path of cooled rocks through the worst of the flows. And Jerry and Keanu covered their retreat. Their own bond was shining through every coordinated strike against the demons. They reached the far side of the volcanic Peril as the mountain began to calm down. Its fury was spent for now. The group collapsed on a safer ground, scorched, exhausted, but victorious. The final prophecy was theirs. Later, as the others rested and tended wounds, Achieng carefully treated Otieno's burns in a quiet hollow. The romantic rescue moment continued in a tender afterglow while they were alone. "You risked everything for me," she whispered, applying cooling herbs to his skin. Otieno caught her hand and kissed her palm. "There is no everything without you. In that fire, when the demon wore my face and offered you peace, I chose you. I will always choose you." Their embrace was deep and passionate, a reaffirmation of love, forged in literal flames. Slow kisses, gentle touches, and whispered promises of the life awaiting them beyond the weaver. Beyond the weaver, the pendant was glowing warmly between them. The elements were singing in harmony. Yet, as the dawn approached, a final creepy flame demon flickered briefly on the wind, with its voice a dying crackle. "The flames have spoken. The void awaits, and the traitor's choice will be made in its heart." And Jerry stood with her spear in hand. We march for the labyrinth's final twist. The convergence is upon us. The flames of passion and peril had nearly consumed them, but their love had burned brighter than the mountain itself. This is the end of episode 25. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 26. Labyrinth's final twist. The scorched earth of Zirani's volcanic slopes still smoked behind them as Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the last loyal nomads turned once more towards the Dream Weaver's labyrinth. The celestial Stormheart pendant throbbed against Achieng's chest like a second, frantic heart, with its four elemental threads churning violently. The binding spear felt alive in Otieno's grip. That one was humming with restrained power. Their love, forged in fire and spoken in silence, remained their anchor. Yet the escaped trader and the weaver's final temptations made every shadow feel like a threat. They entered the labyrinth through the same vine-covered cleft they had once escaped. But this time the entrance felt different. It was wider, darker, and almost expectant. The walls pulsed with faint, sickly light. Otieno's voice was low. The final twist. The etchings here warned that the deepest levels warp reality itself. We must reach the core artifact before the alignment begins. They started descending. The creepiness began in the moment the entrance sealed behind them. The passages twisted in ways that defied memory. The corridors that had once been straight now spiraled inward like living intestines. The glowing etchings on the walls moved, scenes of their past victories now showed alternate, horrifying endings. Achieng watched herself handing the storm heart to Jumanjoroge in one carving. Otieno saw himself burning Ymira skies, while Achieng screamed. Deeper still, the labyrinth began to warp reality. Time loops trapped them into nightmarish repetitions. They would turn a corner and find themselves at the entrance, reliving the moment they first entered. But with a small, terrifying change A thrilling reality warping escape ignited as the labyrinth started reacting to their knowledge. The entire structure began to collapse and reform simultaneously. The floors became ceilings, the walls melted into voids of pure nightmare. Time loops multiplied, forcing them to relive deadly moments again and again unless they broke the cycle with pure intent. Shadowy versions of themselves emerged from the walls, a darker reflections that fought with their own techniques and deepest fears. Break the loops, Achieng shouted, with the storm heart blazing. Hold the truth of who we are. The chase through the twisting, reality-bending depths was pure chaos. They sprinted across floors that turned to liquid regret, leaped through collapsing arches that reformed behind them, and battled their own dark reflections in brutal mirrored combat. One loop trapped Jerry in a vision of sacrificing Keanu. She shattered it with a roar of defiance. Keanu broke another by refusing to abandon her. In the deepest, most disorienting section, a massive time loop collapse threatened to trap them forever. Achieng became separated, caught in an endless repetition of watching Otieno burn alone in the volcano. The walls closed in. Reality was fracturing around her. Otieno fought through multiple collapsing loops, the flames roaring off of his body. The binding spear was cutting through shadow versions of himself. He reached her just as the final void began to swallow the chamber. He pulled her into his arms amid the warping madness. This is not our end, my dear, he growled, with his voice cutting through the chaos. Remember the stars. Remember the fire. Remember us. Their kiss in the heart of the collapsing labyrinth was fierce and grounding. Their lips met with desperate passion as the world twisted and screamed around them. Their bodies were pressed close, hands clutching tightly, and the storm heart with the binding spear were blazing together in a brilliant anchor of reality. Their love became the fixed point that shattered the final loop. The explosion of light and truth blasted outwards. The core artifact cracked, releasing its final secret. The exact location and the final step for the binding in the Eldora voids before dissolving into harmless dust. They burst out from the labyrinth's exit, gasping and disoriented, onto the open plains as the first hints of the celestial convergence painted the sky. The group collapsed together, bruised and mentally exhausted, but victorious. The final peace was theirs. That night, around a small, carefully guarded fire, and Jerry and Keanu sat close to each other. Their bond was a quiet strength amid the growing fractures. The remaining nomads watched one another warily. Achieng and Otieno found a quiet moment beneath a lone acacia tree. The romantic reaffirmation after the reality warping horror was profound. Otieno held her tightly, with his forehead pressed to hers. In those loops, I saw every way I could lose you, but choosing you again and again, it broke every false reality. Achieng's fingers traced his face. And I will choose you, my dear, through every twist, every shadow, every end. Our love is the only truth the labyrinth couldn't warp. Their embrace was deep and passionate. Slow and tender kisses filled with relief and unbreakable certainty. They held each other long into the night, whispering final vows as the stars aligned above them. Yet, as the fire crackled low, a final creepy whisper slithered from the direction of the Eldora voids. The weaver's own voice. Soft and hungry it was. The labyrinth is conquered, but the true twist awaits in my domain. Come, the traitor is ready. And Jerry rose with her eyes hard. Tomorrow we enter the Dark Weaver's lair. The convergence begins. The labyrinth's final twist had nearly unraveled reality itself, but their love had held the world together. This is the end of episode 26. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 27. Alliance is fractured. The plains trembled under a sky streaked with the first signs of the celestial convergence as Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the remaining nomad warriors marched toward the Eldora void. The storm-hard pendant pulsed like an open wound against Achieng's chest. Its elemental threads were flaring spear felt heavier than ever in Otieno's hands, as though it already sensed the blood it might soon spill. Their love, reaffirmed in the labyrinth's madness, burned steady and defiant against everything. But the Weaver's final whisper still echoed. The traitor is ready. They made camp at the edge of a wide, mist-shrouded valley that led directly into the void. The tensions were razor sharp. The escaped traitor from the silent village had spread doubt like poison. Every shared glance carried suspicion. Every unexplained sound made the hands drift toward weapons. And Jerry paced around the perimeter. Her storm crow mask from the Masquerade was now hanging from her belt like a grim reminder. We rest 2 hours, then we push through. The convergence begins at midnight. The creepiness descended as the night deepened, my friends. It started with subtle, small fractures in the mind. A nomad warrior suddenly stood up. His eyes were glazing. He was muttering something about power without pain before collapsing into uneasy sleep. Then the illusions began. The thing that everybody was afraid of. Shadowy tendrils of the Weaver's influence had slithered into dreams and waking thoughts alike. Warriors awoke, screaming about betraying their own families. And Jerry clutched her head as she heard the Weaver promising her absolute control over the storms, if and only if she sacrificed Keanu for the greater good. Keanu, pale and shaken himself, confessed quietly to Jerry that he had seen himself handing over the binding spear in a dream. The fractures spread like cracks in dry earth. The mystery of the Weaver's deeper influence finally cracked open around the central fire. Achieng held the storm heart aloft, channeling its light onto an ancient map. The pendant revealed the terrible truth. The Weaver hadn't simply corrupted outsiders. It had planted seeds of pain inside the Alliance itself, feeding on old wounds from the very beginning. The escaped traitor was only one single thread. The Weaver had been whispering to multiple hearts, offering to erase their greatest regrets in exchange for sabotage at this final moment. One nomad warrior, the same man who had hesitated in the silent village, suddenly rose with violet eyes glowing. "It promised me my wife back," he snarled, drawing his blade. "You all chase foolish love while I can have peace." The betrayal erupted into an open violence. The thrilling civil skirmish tore through the camp like wildfire. The traitor lunged at Achieng, aiming for the pendant. Otieno on the other side intercepted the traitor with the binding spear. The flames were roaring along its edge as steel clashed in sparks and shadow. Other nomads, some partially influenced, turned on their comrades in confusion and fear. The camp became a chaotic battlefield of friend against friend, blade against blade, under the blood-tinged moonlight. And Jerry fought with thunderous fury, shouting orders even as tears streamed down her face because she had to strike former allies. Keanu stayed glued to her side. Their bond was the only unshaken pillar in the fracturing alliance. Every parry and thrust were perfectly synchronized, protecting each other with wordless devotion. Otieno battled the primary traitor in a fierce personal duel. The man moved with unnatural strength granted by the Weaver. Shadows were coiling around his limbs. "You think that your love will save you?" the traitor spat. "The Weaver will erase your curse and her pain. All you have to do is step aside." Flames exploded from Otieno's spear as he pressed the attack. "My curse, my pain, my love, they are mine. I will not trade them for your empty peace." Achieng supported him with binding runes, creating silver barriers that weakened the shadow influence. The fight was brutal and heartbreaking. The sounds of clashing steel and pained cries filling the night as the alliance tore itself apart from within. In the chaos, a moment of true horror occurred when one influenced nomad nearly struck and Jerry from behind. Keanu took the blow meant for her, a deep gash Otieno finally disarmed the primary traitor with a powerful strike that shattered the man's shadow-enhanced blade. The traitor fell to his knees. The violet light was fading from his eyes as the weaver's direct influence broke. "Forgive me," he whispered before collapsing unconscious. The skirmish ended. The surviving loyal warriors stood panting amid the wreckage of their camp. Many were wounded. Many were grieving friends they had been forced to fight. The alliance was fractured, smaller, bloodied, but not yet broken. In the aftermath, as healers worked frantically, Achieng and Otieno found a quiet moment beside a small, shielded fire. The romance between them became the anchor that held the night together. Otieno's hands trembled slightly as he cleaned a cut on on Achieng's arm. Seeing our own people turn, it was worse than any demon or ghost. But your light never wavered. Achieng leaned into him, resting her head on his uninjured shoulder. "And you were my flame in my darkness. When everything fractured, our love was the one thing that stayed whole. No matter what the Weaver offers any of us, I choose you, with your scars and everything else." Their embrace was deep and emotional. A passionate kiss followed, which was born of exhaustion, relief, and unbreakable commitment. They held each other tightly. Their bodies were pressed close, and they were whispering promises of their wedding that awaited them if they survived the void. The storm heart glowed softly between them, a beacon of hope amid the fractured alliance. And Jerry approached later, supporting a bandaged but determined Keanu. "The convergence is hours away. We are fewer, but we are still united in purpose. The Eldora Void awaits." The Weaver's influence had fractured the alliance cruelly. Yet, in the broken places, their love and the remaining loyalty shone brighter than ever. The final march into darkness had begun. This is the end of episode 27. Flames, fog, fractured alliance moved like ghosts under the gathering celestial convergence. Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the handful of remaining loyal nomads pressed forward into the Altura of Voids, a vast, seemingly unnatural depression in the earth where the sky is where the sky was curving inwards and the light itself grew thin. That's why it's called the void, I guess. The Stormheart pendant burned against Achieng's chest like a living coal, with its four elemental threads writhing as though terrified of what lay ahead. The binding spear glowed with restrained fury in Otieno's hands. Their love hardened through fire, silence, stars, and betrayal remained the only unshakable thing left. The entrance to the Dark Weaver's lair appeared as a jagged tear in the reality itself, a swirling vortex of absolute blackness at the center of the void, ringed by a floating obsidian shards that drifted in impossible patterns. No wind touched this place. No sound was carried naturally. Even their own footsteps seemed swallowed by the moment they crossed the threshold. They stepped inside. The creepiness was immediate and suffocating. The lair, Dark Weaver's lair, was not a cavern, but a vast, ever-shifting void where light it was dying slowly. Great tendrils of living shadow coiled through the darkness, swallowing lanterns and torchlight within moments of ignition. The air felt thick, oily, and tasted of forgotten grief. Footsteps echoed strangely, sometimes too loud, sometimes not at all. Distant whispers slithered through the blackness, repeating the group's deepest secrets in voices they knew too well. Achieng saw faintly. Achieng saw faint, ghostly images of her mother, who was reaching out, only for the vision to dissolve into nothing when approached. Otieno's scar burned as he heard his father's voice, accusing him from every possible direction. The shadows turned the shadows themselves seemed hungry, brushing against skin with cold, intimate touches that left faint bruises of doubt Jerry's voice was tight. Stay close. The Weaver feeds on separation. The mystery of the final confrontation unfolded as they ventured deeper. Ancient guardians, once protectors of the realms, appeared as spectral figures, chained by shadow. Some had already defected. Their eyes were glowing the same violet as the traders before them. One guardian, a towering figure of cracked crystal and fading light, drifted close to the group. The Weaver was born from our own pain. It intoned. Its voice was cracking like breaking ice. It offers what we secretly crave, the erasure of every wound. The final choice is not power versus weakness. It is memory versus mercy. Choose to keep your scars, or let the Weaver rewrite you. The defected guardians attacked in waves. Their once noble forms were twisted by shadow. The battles were eerie and disorienting. The warriors were fighting in near total darkness, guided only by the Stormheart's silver glow and Otieno's flames. One guardian nearly dragged Keanu into a swallowing void before Jerry's spear pierced its shadowy core. The thrilling void jumping sequence erupted when they reached the Bridge of Forgotten Light, a series of floating obsidian platforms suspended over an endless abyss, where even the sounds disappeared. The platforms shifted and vanished unpredictably, forcing desperate leaps across yawning voids. Shadow tendrils lashed upward like living whips, trying to pull them into eternal nothingness. One nomad warrior and missed a jump and fell silently into the dark. His scream cut off the instant he crossed the threshold. Keep moving, Otieno roared. The flames were blazing along his arms to light the way. The jumps grew increasingly impossible. Platforms were crumbling mid-leap. The gravity twisted. Achieng channeled binding runes to momentarily stabilize sections, while Otieno used thermal updrafts to carry them across wider gaps. And Jerry and Keanu leaped together, hands nearly touching during one terrifying moment when a shadow tendril nearly separated them forever. In the most heart-stopping sequence, Achieng found herself stranded on a rapidly disintegrating platform. The shadow tendrils were rising hungrily around her. The darkness whispered seductive promises: peace without loss, love without the fear of separation. Otieno saw her peril. With a cry that echoed across the void, he launched himself across the greatest gap yet. The flames were trailing him like a comet. He caught her mid-air, wrapping her in his arms as they tumbled onto the next platform together. They rolled to safety. Their hearts were hammering. Their bodies were pressed close against amidst the chaos. In that breathless moment on the edge of nothingness, their romance quickly became their greatest defiance. Otieno held her tightly, with one hand cradling the back of her head. Even here, in the heart of the Dark Weaver's power, I choose you. Not peace without pain, not power without you. Only us, scars, fire, storm, and all. Achieng's fingers dug into his shoulders, tearing tears-cutting tracks through the ash and the shadow of her face. And I choose you. Every memory, every wound, every future we still have to build. Their kiss was fierce and anchoring, passionate, desperate, full of love that refused to be swallowed by the void. Their lips met with raw intensity as the platforms trembled and shadows howled around them. The storm hardened binding spear flared brilliantly between their bodies, pushing back the darkness for precious moments and revealing the final path forward. Energized by the reunion, the group fought through the remaining void jumps and defected guardians until they reached the threshold of the Weaver's inner sanctum, a colossal chamber where the celestial convergence could already be felt in the vibrating air. They stood at the edge, bloodied, fewer in number, but unbroken. And Jerry gripped her spear, with Keanu at her side. This is it, the final stand. Achieng and Otieno shared one last look, with their eyes full of love, resolve, and the future they had weaver's lair had tried to swallow them whole, but their light and their love still burned. This is the end of episode 28. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 29. The Battle of Elements. The threshold of the Weaver's inner sanctum pulsed like a living wound as Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the last loyal nomads stepped through. The celestial convergence had begun. The triple moons were aligned with the wandering star above, sending shafts of silver blue light, which were piercing the Eldora void. The air vibrated with raw power. The Stormheart pendant was blazing against Achieng's chest. Its four elemental threads now writhing in open conflict. The binding spear glowed white hot in Otieno's hands before them stretched an enormous circular chamber of living shadow and fractured crystal. At its center hovered the Dark Weaver itself, a colossal, ever-shifting entity of coiling darkness and stolen light, its form constantly rewriting itself into faces of pain, loss, and temptation. The final battle has begun. The creepiness manifested first as deeply personal horrors. The Weaver didn't attack with simple violence. It reached into their minds and pulled forth every fear they had faced across the journey. Shadowy apparitions rose from the floor, Achieng's mother decaying into Shadow Grove roots, while begging her daughter to abandon the fight. Otieno's father consumed by uncontrollable fire that then turned on Achieng, and Jerry watching Keanu die because of her leadership. Keanu seeing and Jerry choose the alliance over their love. The apparitions were solid enough to touch, cold as death, and whispered temptations in familiar voices. Give me the pendant. The Weaver's many voices hissed, echoing through the chamber like breaking glass and thunder. I will erase every scar, every loss, every regret. All you have to do is choose peace. The mystery of the weaver's true nature finally resolved in horrifying clarity. As the group fought together, the weavers projected vast visions across the crystal walls. It revealed itself not as a pure evil, but as the accumulated pain of Istria, every unspoken grief, every broken bond, every abandoned love given form and hunger. The original elders had not fully destroyed it because they couldn't destroy a part of themselves. The Stormheart's hidden fragment was the key. It allowed the Weaver to offer perfect forgetting. The final binding required not destruction, but it required acceptance, choosing to carry on with their plan and love together rather than letting the Weaver rewrite reality. One of the last loyal nomads faltered, stepping towards the Weaver with tears in his eyes, tempted by the promise of seeing his lost family again. And Jerry had to strike him down to prevent him from handing over the binding spear. Her face was twisted in grief. The thrilling elemental clash exploded in full force. The Weavers unleashed its full power. Tendrils of shadow lashed out, each one carrying the force of stolen elements. One tendril burned with corrupted flame, another drowned with abyssal water, another was crushed with earthen weight, and the last one howled with stolen storm winds. Otieno met the fire tendril head on. His guardian flames were roaring in a spectacular duel that lit the entire chamber. Achieng channeled her Stormheart to counter the water and earth assaults with binding silver light, and Jerry and Keanu fought as one against the storm tendrils. Their bond was a living weapon of coordination and trust. Spear and blade flashing in perfect harmony as they protected each other's blind spots. The battle was cataclysmic. Platforms of crystal shattered and reformed. Massive elemental collisions sent shockwaves through the sanctum. The Weaver grew stronger with every moment of doubt or pain it harvested. Its form was swelling as it fed on the group's fears. One massive shadow tendril nearly swallowed Keanu whole, and Jerry dove after him, pulling him free at the cost of the was her back. In the heart of the chaos, the Weaver targeted Achieng and Otieno directly. That is a big mistake. A colossal manifestation of their combined fears rose upright. A twisted version of their future wedding, where Otieno burned Nyamira's skies, while Achieng watched helplessly. The Stormheart was turning black in her hands. The apparition attacked with overwhelming force, forcing them into a desperate, intimate battle. Otieno's flames clashed against the shadow fire. Achieng's binding runes created momentarily shields. They fought back to back. Their movements were perfectly synchronized through love and countless trials. When a massive tendril nearly separated them forever, Otieno roared and channeled everything he had. His guardian flame merging with the binding spear, and Achieng poured all four elements and her love through the Stormheart. Their combined power met the Weaver's assault in a blinding explosion of light and shadow that shook the entire void. In that moment of ultimate strain, their romance became their greatest weapon. Otieno pulled Achieng close amid the raging elements. His voice was cutting through the roar. I see our future beyond this, the one the abyss showed us. I choose our scars, our pain, our love, not its empty peace. Achieng's eyes blazed with certainty as she pressed the Stormheart between them. And I choose you. Every memory, every wound, every tomorrow. Our bond is stronger than forgetting. Their kiss in the heart of the elemental storm was fierce and transcendent, passionate, defiant, filled with all the love they had built across 30 rituals. The Stormheart and the Binding Spear responded. They were flaring with pure, unified light that pushed back the Weaver's darkness and weakened its core. The battle raged on. The elemental forces were colliding in a spectacular, reality-shaking bursts. The Weaver screamed. In one moment, a sound like every regret in Istria given voice. But for the first time, it sounded afraid. The alliance, though fractured, still stood, and Jerry and Keanu fought with unbreakable loyalty. The remaining nomads gave everything they had. The revelations had shown them the path. The creepy manifestations had tested their hearts. The thrilling elemental duel had pushed them to their limits, and their love had become the fifth element, the one the Weaver couldn't, the one the Weaver could never consume. The final blow was yet about to come. This is the end of episode 29. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Episode 30. The Shattering Dawn. The inner sanctum of the Dark Weaver trembled as the celestial convergence reached its zenith. Triple moons and the wandering star were aligned perfectly overhead, sending columns of pure silver light piercing through the swirling darkness. Achieng, Otieno, and Jerry, Keanu, and the few remaining loyal warriors stood at the edge of the final platform, facing the colossal, ever-shifting form of the Dark Weaver itself. Its body was a nightmare tapestry, constantly rewriting itself with stolen faces. Achieng's mother decaying, Otieno burning, lost allies who were screaming, children that would never be born. The air reeked of ozone, blood, and forgotten tears. The final battle for Istria began. Ooh, I'm excited. The Weaver's voice boomed through the chamber, layered with every regret the world had ever known. You have come so far, only to be broken here. The creepy manifestations surged first. The Weaver pulled forth their deepest, most intimate horrors one final time. Shadowy duplicates of themselves rose upright. Perfect reflections twisted by pain. Achieng faced a version of herself who had given up the pendant long ago, living in peaceful emptiness while Ymira skies fell. Otieno confronted a version of himself fully consumed by the family curse. The flames were devouring Achieng as she begged for mercy, and Jerry saw herself as a tyrant queen who had sacrificed Keanu for power. The apparitions were solid, spoke in Whispers slithered into every mind. Let me take the pain. Let me rewrite your story. No more loss, no more fear, just peace. The mystery reached its shattering conclusion as the Weaver revealed its final truth. You still don't understand, do you? It hissed. Its form was expanding to fill half the chamber. I'm not your enemy, you see. I'm the sum of every wound you refuse to release. The elders created me when they tried to bury their grief instead of carrying it. The Stormheart's hidden fragment is your own pain who has given form. To bind me, you must willingly keep your scars. Choose forgetting, and I will, and I win. Choose memory, and you may lose everything you love. The revelation struck like lightning. The final binding ritual required not destruction, but acceptance. Channeling all four elements through the binding spear and the Stormheart, while choosing to carry their own pain rather than letting it go, rather than letting the Weaver erase it. One last nomad faltered, stepping towards the Weaver with tears streaming down his face. I just want to forget. And Jerry had to pull him back. Her own face was torn with grief. Then the thrilling climax erupted. The Weaver unleashed its full elemental fury. Massive tendrils of corrupted storm, flame, water, and earth lashed across the chamber. The platform cracked and tilted. Reality itself frayed at the edges. Otieno charged forward with the binding spear. His guarding flames were roaring in a spectacular blaze that lit the entire sanctum. Achieng stood at his side, channeling the full power of the Stormheart. Silver light merging with storm, flame, water, and earth in a dazzling display. And Jerry and Keanu fought like twin storms, covering the flanks and protecting the ritual circle as the shadow tendrils tried to drag them into oblivion. The battle was cataclysmic. Shockwaves shattered the crystal formations. Lava and lightning collided in mid-air. The Weaver grew larger with every moment of doubt it harvested. Its many voices were screaming of promises and accusations. manifestation of their shared future, which was destroyed. Otieno burned, and Achieng watched helplessly as their children faded into shadow. Otieno roared and drove the binding spear forward. Achieng poured every ounce of love and memory through the storm heart. Their combined power met the weaver's core in a blinding explosion of light and darkness that shook the entire void. In that final, desperate moment, they have made their choice. Otieno pulled Achieng close amidst the chaos. His voice was ringing clear above the roar. I choose our pain. I choose our scars. I choose you. Every memory, every wound, every tomorrow we have earned. Achieng's voice joined his, strong and unwavering. We keep our love whole, not rewritten, not erased. We carry it all. Their kiss in the heart of the shattering storm was transcendent, passionate, defiant, filled with every trial they had overcome. The storm heart and the binding spear were blazing with pure, unified light as the final ritual was coming to an end. The weaver screamed, a sound like the world was breaking and being reborn. Its colossal form fractured, cracks of brilliant light spreading through its darkness. The hidden fragment within the storm heart burned away as the group chose memory over forgetting. With one final unified strike, Otieno drove the binding spear into the weaver's core, while Achieng unleashed the full power of the storm heart. The whole entity shattered. A brilliant dawn exploded outward. The shadows dissolved. The celestial convergence peaked and began to fade as the first true sunrise in many days broke over the Eldora void. The weaver was bound, not destroyed, but sealed once more. Its power returned to the balance of the world. The survivors stood amid the settling dust, exhausted, wounded, but victorious. Tears flowed freely down their faces, and Jerry and Keanu, they embraced fiercely, their love having survived every fracture. The remaining nomads fell to their knees in gratitude those one who were lost. Achieng and Otieno held each other tightly as the new dawn painted the sky in gold and rose. The Stormheart's light dimmed to a gentle, steady glow. Its purpose was fulfilled. Istria was saved. This is the end of episode 30. Flames, Fog, and Forgotten Oaths. Epilogue. Years later, the floating village of Nyamira's skies gleamed brighter than ever under a clear sky. The levitation crystals sang with renewed strength. The children with warm brown skin and bright eyes chased each other across swaying bridges. Their laughter carried on gentle winds. Achieng, Otieno, Kiprop stood on the highest platform. Her hand was resting on a gentle swell on her belly, watching the sunset paint the clouds in rose and gold. Beside her, Otieno Kiprop, now a respected guardian and a father, wrapped his arms around her from behind. The old scar on their face softened by the time and happiness. The binding spear rested in their home as the symbol of peace. The Stormheart pendant was now a simple but beautiful heirloom hung around their daughter's neck, a reminder of the choice their parents had to make for a safer future. And Jerry and Keanu had married in a grand ceremony on the storm cliffs. Their union was blessed by the nomad tribes with stability and hope. The realms of Istria flourished, floating villages, misty vales, fiery peaks, and whispering swamps, all in harmony once more. Yet, sometimes, on quiet nights, when the winds whispered through the canyons, a faint voice could still be heard, not threatening, but watchful. The weaver remained sealed, and it was a reminder that pain and love were forever intertwined. Achieng turned in Otieno's arms and kissed him softly. The same passionate love that had saved their world, still burning bright, ready for tomorrow, she whispered. With you, he smiled, resting his forehead against hers. Always. And so, beneath the whispering skies of Nyamira, their story mysterious